And return to recruiting people for Alpha now. Because everybody is Alpha knows um, Gopher. It's just a sad truth that and half the people Alpha knows recruiting can't do it. Well, this guy can't. Hmm. Wait. You believe you came to a little Mingu looking for that masked devil? Who knows? What might have happened if he hadn't? I'd probably be dead and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Annie wrote, that disaster really got me to thinking about our homeland and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make myself a more worldly man. So here I am. A new company of champions. And you say will take me to all corners of the realm? It sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamingo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil I know is out there. Get my one recruitment message back. Um. Then. Shaper fool. Hmm. How fair do you, Oniyuri? What hidden gems did the streets of Fulda offer up to your unrelenting gaze? Hmm. A single Alamigan youth. Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are somewhat thin. These troubled ears following the calamity. Talk of Eorsia's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But there are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Oh shit. I did all the work. You did all the politicking. Thank you, Oniyuri. I will not squander the precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultan has also graced my trial company with her blessings. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed, and the finances secure. There's not to prevent me from taking the next step. Are you concerned by the syndicate's involvement? As was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely on outsourced sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as for the rumors and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has a chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust, one success at a time. Even the warrior looked at Aphodo that like that, you crazy stupid kid. Because there's plots in motion.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alphino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
we're stuck here. Because Aphino couldn't wait, and he just rushed off to the Rising Stones without us. So, we gotta go on our own. See how he was? It's why a lot of people say Aphino is a right jerk. And it is part of the game. It's actually, you know, having seen the later part of the games and how Aphino develops, and seeing it now, I'm kind of like, yeah, this kid needs to get knocked off his high horse. There's a... yeah. And Aphino with it, LSA is, not very wise. I can't wait to get into Guard Summer. And it's like, now I can understand why the Guard Summer was such a smart ass to everyone. But I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of our effort is at hand. I must see the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services, Yona Yuri. I'm certainly antecedent and will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Greetings, Yona Yuri. Aphino tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Science shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here in the Rising Stones. The Tower is cooperating with Aphino to see that all is in readiness. So, I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have been installed late. And I wonder if Slackburn might not find himself overwhelmed. Will you speak to him and see if there's a lot he requires? Yes. Those Tahara patches are an exercise of tedium. Slackburn is right there. What can I do for you, Oniyuri? But you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm of the Scions. Ha! I barely noticed your recruits arrive. There's barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden than that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Saffron! The shipment! We couldn't... Gods, woman. What befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant Stone. Provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There were many, too many, nearly escaping their lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There's not to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest, and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is like more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? Husfatop. We collected provisions from Jughead Head proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. Onieri? Were you not in good terms with the Knights of House Fortoms? I'll be sending them a missive immediately, of course. But I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradicted my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I am certain Lord Horsafont will be glad of your assistance. Oh, this card's cold. Yes. I need my robes. My robe robes. Heretical harassment. Well, if it isn't my fine friend, Oniiri Suinasato. Would you care for a plate of roast karaku? Some mulled wine? Ah, I see not come into my hall to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive for Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. ranked up to 2! Alright. And, oh, we can design the company crest. Ooh. Let's see if we can edit profile. Nope. Snap hunter there. Hmm. Guess that's done in Olga. Well, hey, a trip as soon as this cutscene is over.
The incident with the New Frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait? Halone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
must confess then. 'Tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I don't know what manner of influence this Iceheart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Perhaps you would care to question one of their recent victims? As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. Patrol found the fortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to an infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. Tell you what happened? Aye, of course. I am recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly Blackhearts? I was traveling in my usual route, Clapham Front, when suddenly a blow set me reeling. Next thing I knew, I was on the ground, and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, they were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly hear these words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they are hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle survived at all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Ha! Ha ha! So we're going over there? No, I will save the free flight through all the air or zones. Makes this hella easier. There's the trail. Let's go, let's go, King. Let's take out some heretics. Ah! Draw your weapon, Phil. Wait, I recognize you. Adventurer. You're seeking heretics? Then we share a common purpose. You were on patrol when we chanced to cross one of their raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine. And yet, they are gone. Vanished. Like I see wraiths. You glimpse the woman atop the cliff? Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at her folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall. Some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not meant to risk further investigation. It would be best, are we to return the wipe in front and lay our suspicions before we'll drill them all. Oniiri, it appears I owe you thanks again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The man found you near Snowcloak were some of my finest, that they should be bested so handily. I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. 'Twould be ill-advised to wander unprepared into what may well be the lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Hoshafon of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. It's a good king. Here, there's some gashi. Oh wait. We're going to Ulva first. Because African Company, have its logo.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Giving the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
I think there's a bit more going on between the Warrior Light and Horsefire. These parchments need to be sorted. And these documents, why were they even here? Oh, I'm surely tempted to file the lot with my waste paper basket. Stole me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits know how to don their garb immediately. And assemble here in the Rising Stones. You want to report directly to Elfino if you don't want to miss the ceremony. Wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. Well, fund an organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. I think they skipped over something. Wow, that's a lot. Is there any in here immediately? Nope, of course not. Okay. Checking them all down on foot. I thought it best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Ah! Our new uniforms! I'm reminded of my induction into the Wood Warlers. Yes, Oniyuri. Ah, thought that I mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits? Some few answer the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such, and we're not yet an army, but there is a small core of elite warriors. Can, but did I mention I had thought of a name for the company? Just my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of the Eorzea. Moment of truth draws near. Once the last recruits have gathered, I shall make my official announcement.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Krile is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Hydaelyn's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Try as I might, I cannot shake the creeping sense of dark foreboding. But events is not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate, instead, on the problems at the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late. These trials who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, we may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Ascians, Riaje is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the Dark Beings. Let's pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this, you know, already. Let's speak then of more current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Efino did well to found the organization, but ensuring a smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how it can be. Independent to a fault, and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when it comes to help from you. I've noticed trusted countless matters of importance to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able. haven't had a... Oh, it's probably later. Mhm. This should be better for you. Let's see here. Hmm. And do be concise. I'm rather busy. Hmm? You want to lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to trust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I have little choice. Which is not to say the men want for labor, though we are but newly formed, there's already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. Being of the case, I have entrusted resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Onieri. Ilberd's an idiot.
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purposes by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-woman army like you.
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
She is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Ha! Spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to her, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
You will recall that the fourth was tasked with it. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those raids to our field. Beg your pardon, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask you for your aid once more. An ill-prepared rescue party will serve to provide the Guardians with more captives. Yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you're the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Now, Eliane of the 4th lies in wait in the triangle near the entrance to the Castrum Sentry. Seek her out, and she will apprise you of the situation. Back to Castrum Sentry. And off we go. Oh, look! Hee! Anyway. Probably gonna be some people I have to kill. And then rescue some more. And then look, I just want to get to Midgard Summer quest. I like Midgard Summer. Probably my favorite minion. And probably oh, mostly because I think he makes a great familiar, the way his design is. So, Eliane, would you aid us in the rescue mission? We are in your debt. We're your right now. Time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. Guardians fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Rish and hauling her away into the Castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Guardians may be interrogating Rish or worse. With her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is as strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the 4th, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. And cutscene? Where am I? Thank the gods we found you. I thank you, warrior, right? Now to quit this accursed place. Rush cannot move without those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe the diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Guardians will be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If we were to create a commotion within the Castron, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Will I speak again? Once we are safely outside these walls. I'll take the coin. Take the coin. Oh yeah, I've seen use the coin. So. We meet at Emmerich. Antecedent. I take it Oniri has explained the situation? She has. Yet, welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurred all contact with other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? What did I do? The question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. Notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Abath's spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean Alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of the convenience, who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed and at the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Since which time, their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas, even when the calamity loomed at large. And on the fields of Cartano, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by nation, our nations will fall as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past, this time we are met with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I'm not so naive to think they came to us out of the goodness of their hearts. It is something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, You may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let's depart for Camp Dragonhead, Oniyuri. Our old friend Hoshaphat is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Oniyuri, ever a welcome sight? Our hearts have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold. Whilst enjoying our hospitality, the gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climates. Ah, good Master Alphino. An honor as always. Likewise, Lord Hoshaphat. Forgive us, yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generally assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? Us Photons may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt, your discoveries at Snowcloak helped justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand. Sir Emmerich arrived in Dragonhead later, and I am told he is eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You're doubtless weary from your journey and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But If you are willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you an entrance and send word to the other attendees. Please be spoken.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphinaud Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emeric. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
He's
We
hitting us
know
with
full
flattery.
well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the Primal Menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The Dragon Star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
All right. I don't think I've ever used those in an outfit. young adventurer. There's nothing for... Ah! Lord Hoshapot bid you speak with us. Then you must be... I beg your pardon, sire. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind. Kept the wagon for good measure, even. Whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. Would have been easier to just steal it. Though, a damn sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared with wagons of their own, hidden away off. Ah, but pray no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis not but speculation. It might be as a squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you. Something more factual. That is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. We came upon them before the entrance of the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims we marked them as lost, ill-equipped for a journey further north. The leader called out to them and one stepped forward to answer. She slowly approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought. Some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same. Else, why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear. She leaned forward, as if to kiss his cheek. And then he sighed, crumpled to the ground. I don't know what happened until I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere. I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head. By the time I came to, the others were dead, and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't... I mean, they'd have killed me, so I just laid still and listened. Arthur's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture, so we'll... If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? I certain our foes intend to summon Shiva as a beast trap with a primal. Why else would they go such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander of it at once. But Hoshafat, you would agree that discretion is of paramount concern. Of course. I trust that we can count on your continued support, Master Alphinaud. Besides, the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is given. I will need to send word to my brethren at Reverend's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to prevent this summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I'm sure you would not miss for this for the world. Dawn wished to join the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We are all ears, Lord Jodamount. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. The garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. The last our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak. That self-same frozen wall, which we speculated might conceal the heretics' highlighted. Suffice to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Whiterun Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Emmerich. And so it begins, my friend. Though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration, Iceheart will not elude the combined efforts of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be a subtler means by which we may locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Jodamount has one in mind? Yes, yes. Excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there's aught else you would have us do, pray speak, and it shall be done. It seems as though we are always one step behind. Quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to have certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the self-same result. Fortunately, we are not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Guillaume? We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts. It's a question of what steps might be taken to prevent similar breach of security in the future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whiterun Front. Though some were found to have committed some minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jean Tremont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him if he ventures beyond the walls. Follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere, simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. Dizzy hit. Are you dizzy? Did I make you dizzy? My knight sent no word of your coming. Oniyuri, what has happened? What is that in your hand? By the Fury. Those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered and... No. We have not the men to spare food. Not now. Not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics he dispatched were not sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they're on their way to Snowcoat as we speak. This makes matters worse. It seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of guards' watches at the outpost at Snowcloak. The traitor was also stationed there long before you aroused our suspicion. Would they have caught him sooner? With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course, it will be changed now, but the heretics are... Hasduande must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil, as you know the way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Time is of the essence, Oniyuri. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere their swords are drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, it may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Emmett everything we've discovered. You did say fly, so... Going up is faster here. It's only one flight. And we're out. And we're flying. He said fly. So we're gonna fly. I don't want to be accused of not following directions. He said fly. So we're flying. Alright. Now we will be further back here. And there's Emmerich. Oniyuri, this is a welcome surprise. Perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden... You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. As Commander Levia been informed, the Braves must be aware. Cutscene? It must be here. I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such length to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity. This discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it. This is all wrong. Ishard has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should be greatly straining every sinew to find her. And stop this damnable summoning. There she is. Come here, girl. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ada. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Livia! There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we secured the entrances to some half-dozen dozen tunnels after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. But that's not all, sir. We think that one of them might be maybe important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Just as I suspected, amongst this moraine of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Summon the others. We're going in. A moment, Aphino. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot see with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we enter the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more of a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. I change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Emmerich and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever the tunnel leads. If you find Isard at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many, or Papalima will sulk. So, who we got on? Abigail is in Limsa. So, we'll talk to the Temple Knight. Can't believe how much talking we've got to do just to unlock this one dungeon. we got unlocked? Yep. Snow Cook. And... oh. That's a little secret. Giant buddies in progress. Confirm. Check our party finder. See if... world... nope. I like that idea of using the party finder. But... 20 minutes. Fire. anyway. Huh? Just went on the heels. And there we go. Ah, this is pretty. up to you. It's up to you guys. Yeah. It's a job. Fenrir. It's been a while for me. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Lovely. Huh. Bad doggy. Let's find out now. Hmm.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light. Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost.
Look at that. Touch of the territory.
In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
But I don't say this from Amphilia. She's more than half enough. Alphino and his Yu-Gi-Oh deck. As you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us a good reason to be prudent. I really meant, you being a man of faith, I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Holoni that your ancestors claimed this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will. Unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, but so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. Which is not actually in keeping with war. Holoni would pursue her enemies with reckless abandon. But that would require you guys to take a trip over to Sonoda Scribe to learn that little tidbit. And there's a little bit of it left. And the carton. But now, pull out to get it out. Take a little milk. And pour it in. Put the cap back on the eggnog. Shake it up. And you get the rest. Because commercial, non-alcoholic eggnog is generally thicker than the real thing. I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Held. It was a different time. Hey, a different era. And the scripture tells us only so much. Would that it told us more. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure. Less for making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe the Ice Lord's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too am remain somewhat skeptical. She was real, a living, breathing woman. Of that we can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Mogul Mog the 12th, The myth may manifest in response to fervent supplications of the Mogul's Guard. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts, at war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of the one who embodies their beliefs. Is that not placing one's faith in a higher power? No one is? Crystals and conviction, Menphilia. They have both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? The survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetherite Iceheart used to escape. They believe she teleported to another Aetherite, somewhat not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aetherite, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume that she had to destroy to prevent us following her. That means to teleport as she did, we had no choice but to search for an alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let's not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlian may be able to assist us. I pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Menphilia looks into her Aetherite problem, we would like to request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attack us. However, the search goes poorly despite our numbers. Grathos is vast, and Iceheart's followed know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braids would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you were not aware. Good. And you would understand, Yuhase can advise you of the details. When that's complete, come find me at the observatory. Captain Ilberd and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in his investigation. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let's leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. embarrassing. I was intent on following the heretics' tracks. I almost felt to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest. And lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I'll need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. I am, though, with listening to your excuses. I'm through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those bluecoats. The knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Oh, stay with her then. If you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland, snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has shrunk deep. No, I have done no wrong. None. But meet in secret with heretics, deny it all you will, we shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the arts of interrogation. Damn it all. Fancy meeting you here, you cutie. Or Oniyuri. I presume your work with the third brought you hither? Or a tangled web, lest you wonder. We came not for the heretics, but for the merchant. We've been compromised, conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were not for the efforts of Lady Yukiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered the connections. Myself and Owen is too kind, for my people have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Delma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is a most generous offer, Lady Yukiri, and one I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far, and shall always be watching. Comforting thought. Come, Oniyuri. Let's wait inside for the Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Captain Ilbert seems confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us in closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. Gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. I don't know. Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. First, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say the man could tell us not that we did not already know of Sheba. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall that the flame we first identified as being an Ivy's employee. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's 12. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, particulars of which he would share with benefactors by ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Fort Thump. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. Another. With little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that one mystery solved, at least. But what of the Ivy? Are we getting closer to pinpointing his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. And a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers, available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean that the agent is among Robin's innermost circle? Someone who had been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation. Infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain above suspicion for all these years. I too was surprised. No, I really should not have been. Of the 3 companies vulnerable to infiltration, both Limsa Lamensa and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Tornado. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mind under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Ul'dah's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their parade masters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Rabban faced when founding the Immortal Flames are all well known. Even after he convinced syndicate members to share the costs, there remained a small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. It was the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than now. Aye. The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. The Monsters ultimately agreed to support the organization's funding. It was not out of charity. They did so, but simple self-preservation. Had nailed on Darnus? Ambitions been any less apocalyptic? You may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Rabban with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Returning to the present, even as we speak, our Domon allies are shadowing every high-ranking flame, any one of whom could be the Ivy. Starting to deal a blow against the Empire, refugees were eager to lend us their aid. It's good to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest. The third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Emmerich, informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence is requested. I would have you accompany me, Thonieri, as Wrong's status champion. It's only me that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Like me, you're doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but until another path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. And if you and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route, until such time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I should go on and head to Gridania in readiness for the upcoming council. You meet at Nafika's altar? We shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
Good.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Galvus is a respected military leader, not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall. for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Ala Mhigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new Emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Carteneau dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example, and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
It will not have escaped your notice that the nation of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of a resurgent Garlemald is not enough to disturb them. The reason for this? The deep-rooted mistrust among the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but unity means little unless to the common folk. Take the Luminsons, for instance. Though Admiral Merowith outlawed piracy several decades ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, blue-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gridanians are marked as hermits who talk the trees, and the Eldon scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not so much sentiments. Not that much such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Eldon society, Telegiata Legi, for example. But that is beside the point. The fact that people are wary of the outside, whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict at Carteneau is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction and advocates. The acquisition of Omega in order to placate them. We present them something resembling warfare. and they curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle music. Let's speak more of the passing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the observatory, Captain Oberth has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, what he deems most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end, Oniyuri, and all that remains is to quarter a quarry. Seek out Ilbert near the Adder's Nest, and he will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Crothis? You may be sure that I'll send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have amassed the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Listen well. Spy maybe have been seeking all this time. It's none other than the Flame Marshal, Ellie? Oh yeah. Probably second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. The Seer's skill with Polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgard birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he informed the Grand Company, Avalon chose people based on their worth. Once they hailed was of no interest. Monsters saw things differently, however. Having funded the Emperor Enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. It was no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the monitors did not raise so much of a protest when Royal was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monitors? But these revelations are secondary to our mission. Of foremost interest is Royal's presence here now. You may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of a Flame General. While Rabon attended the Council of Alliance leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of the Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania. Yet, here she is. Nonetheless, on some pretense, she is up to something. Mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence of Ruel's guilt. If we catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, extra planning, and the docks. Every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely on your eyes, Scion? Yeah, my thanks. Let us go, and take care not to alert our quarry. Well, let's head in the direction of that blue badger gate. With me, Scion. So, well, has entered the Carline canopy. Meaning someone, perchance? Or could it be she means the board and headship? Hey, look for with her. She is not on the upper floor. Try the landing area below. Well, my station there, and she may have seen something. If Emmy is her name, I shall remain here in case Ruel reappears. Yuri! Such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? Ahem, a social visit, you say? How unpleasant. She didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger, and none of them bore any resemblance. Oh, I don't let me keep you. Nowhere to be seen. And you are sure she did not board an airship? She did not go back up either. Where the seven house could she have gone? The roost! How could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might interest you in some Montoy tonic? A cup of tea. Imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Right there, the necklace. You're a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of the Western Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to make your search to the east shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Take the 12 for the Domans. Were not for their unique talents, Royale would have disappeared without a trace. Our hunt leads us to the shroud, Saya. Suggest we follow Royale's example and take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You'll doubtless need to make certain preparations. See to them all go on ahead. She'll meet you at Sweet Bloom Pier. This way, my friends. Inquiry makes for the Hawthorne hut. If Royale is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there. An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own methods in communicating over great distances. Our ingenious friends at Garland Ironworks have provided us with devices that disrupt these communications. We have installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Royale would have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as well known a face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Thanalan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguises. It is for this reason, I believe, that she had chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The yellows in our common sight here, and her comings and goings, are not like to turn any heads. As my scout tells it, the Guardians have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices. And under such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. Mailing for Hawthorne's Hut and catch Royal in the act. And people report that a quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. Ivy returns to the Gnarls which she came. Perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Spear. Royal is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it. With me. You would feign ignorance, then? Very well. If you do think something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now, come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. will offer you no struggle. After all, I have not to hide. Even a warrior of Rael's renown could not have hoped to scoot by force. Despite her claims. Her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve. Let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Oneiri? So the Scions seek a way to Isar's sanctum. Then I dare say you're eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray, do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall attend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, you consider training the art of the shinobi. You have an aptitude for it, I believe. So give us some thought next time, my friend. Welcome back, Oneiri. I understand that Alphinaud has a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage against Aline Royale? I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Let's speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Isar's sanctum. As you recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of the Snow Cloak to teleport a short distance to the west. Most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva, using the crystals they stole from the House of Fakak.
I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into White Auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were
Oriange.
drop everything and hurry to your
This
side.
player.
What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
That's why he's speaking Shakespearean right now.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it then, your missing aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.